Good afternoon, mech warriors, mech techs, and nobles in hiding. We are back. Let me just switcheroo us over to IntelliJ. There we go. Let's get some coding tunes. This is actually probably fine. I got the music mixed around. I meant to have the hype music while you were waiting for me, and the chill music when I'm here. Instead, we're just gonna have all chill. But that's the kind of stream we have here. It's just a chill, happy little time. Like Bob Ross trees, just a happy little tree, a happy little time. How is everybody today? I'm doing okay. 3 minutes to the stream starting, one of my cats decided to throw up right in the middle of my office. Thank you, Bandit. He has a naughty habit of deciding he's hungry and he wants all the food. And if he eats all the food at once, nobody can take it away from him. Unfortunately, his belly takes it away from him. Right in the middle of the floor. Why do we love our furry little gremlins? Like, cats are awful. Like, cats are objectively awful. I love them. They're awful. They're so rubbish. Pink Bully says their dog has the same problem. Yeah. The worst part is if I don't catch it in time, and then one of my dogs cleans it up for me. That's the worst part. Like, I try not to think about that part. Speaking of thinking about things, I was on the MegaMek Discord earlier. Links in the below, by the way. And we were talking about old DRM for old games. And I was casting my memory back. Does anybody remember Dial a Pirate from Monkey Island? We had like a little paper spinner, and the way the DRM would work is you needed to spin it around to line up the pirate parts, and then you would have a code, if I remember correctly, right in the middle, and that was how you access the game. You dialed a pirate. We're also talking about the big box video games back in the day where you'd have a big chunky manual, would have a little bit of lore about the game and all the instructions and stuff like that. And I miss big box games. I mean, I enjoy the convenience of deciding, oh hey, I want a new video game, and then half an hour later I'm playing the video game. But there was something special about driving home from the store and you had your big box title in your hand. You could open it up, you could see all the goodies you get inside, because they always included little goodies. And the manuals were always nice and thick and you could flick through. And now the manuals are nice and thick mostly because they had like 5 different languages in, if you're in the UK. They had all the European languages in there. But it was always fun just immersing yourself in the experience before you had the experience. Pink Bully says there are barely any video games that are worth getting a big box for these days. I think the collector's editions have effectively replaced big box game, like the big box. Yeah, I think nowadays it's your collector's editions where you get your cheap plastic miniature, maybe some stickers, a map if you're lucky. But collector's editions just don't hit the same note, and they especially don't hit the same note in your pocket. Like, wow, some of those collector's editions go for quite a lot of money in the retail, and they are not worth it. I think the only collector's edition that I remember getting when I was like, oh no, this was worth it, was when I got the Witcher 2 collector's edition. That had so much stuff in it, and it was very reasonably priced as well for what you got. That's probably the only collector's edition that I can remember getting back when I did get collector's editions, where I was like, no, this is worth it. Radar says, yeah, looks at the DNF collector's edition. I'm not even sure what DNF is. Don't nuke Fortnite? I'm sure. Duke Nukem Forever. Ah, right. No, Duke. Yeah, like okay. Here is my gaming sin. So I'm a late '80s kid, and so like I grew up in, like, I was the perfect age for big box games, and my gaming sin is I have never played a single Duke Nukem. And I know the 3D one was absolutely god awful, so that's fine to skip that one. But yeah, I absolutely adored the original 2 Doom games. Man, I played those to completion on the hardest difficulty. I got really good at Doom, but I never had the opportunity to play Duke Nukem. And I understand that, like, from a game design standpoint, Duke Nukem is better than Doom. So I really should make the time to play that at some point. I'm sure they've got like a remaster on PlayStation or something I could try. But yeah, so I have never played a Duke Nukem. I think I watched someone play it once when I was around a friend's house. I think I saw them play it once. And if I can remember correctly, they couldn't get the cheat codes to work. And that was kind of like my experience of Duke Nukem, was them getting frustrated that their cheat codes wouldn't work. That's the thing. I used to play. I was a console kid. I didn't really have. We had the family computer, and that was a real piece of shit. So that couldn't really run games. The best it could do was Tibia Online and the original RuneScape. That was the best it could handle. Maybe Gaia Online if I was feeling fancy in one of the forums, or of course the classic Neopets. Who doesn't love a good Neopets? Now owned by Scientology, if you didn't know. Yep, Neopets is owned by the Church of Scientology, which never stops making me laugh. Like, this is the timeline we live in. We are in the timeline where Neopets is owned by the Church of Scientology, or at least was. I don't know if it still is, but yeah, that's the weird, wacky timeline we live in. But I just remember on the PlayStation trying to put in the cheat codes for all weapons on Tomb Raider 3, and I just could not get it to work. Nowadays, they don't even include cheats in games, and that's the best you can get is if you got some kind of memory editor, so you can kind of hack in the games, a bit like the old Game Shark, but on your desktop. It's a shame. I miss cheat codes. Cheat codes added a lot of fun to a game in a way that wasn't the intended experience. But I remember the older Grand Theft Autos and the amount of fun I had in those games, not because the games are necessarily good, they were, but mostly because I could just pop in cheat codes and spawn tanks and stuff and just have a great time. The youngster says, I remember playing through the Small Soldiers PC game, very classic days. I absolutely adored the Small Soldiers film. I never played the game, but because I mentioned this on stream before, I come from a very poor background, and so I didn't get a lot of video games, but what I did get was used from the charity store, used copies of old game magazines, and so the only experience of the Small Soldiers video game, and I love the movie, but the only experience of the Small Soldiers video game I have is from reading a review or maybe a preview in one of those gaming magazines. But yeah, no, I've always enjoyed video games, and just a chat on the MegaMek Discord just got me thinking about, I don't want to say the good old days, because it's very easy to say the good old days and forget all the bad. And then you start thinking along the lines of, oh, if only things were like how they used to be, they'd be better. And I think that's a fallacy, honestly. I think things used to be as good as they are now. Some things were good, some things were bad. Some things might be better than they are now. I imagine a lot of things are worse. Does anybody want to really go back to the days of dial-up? I'm not sure. You know, get a phone call and suddenly you can't use the internet for half an hour while your mum's chatting. But such is life. Anyway, what are we doing here today? We are about to suffer. We are about to suffer, my friends. So anybody who's played MekHQ is aware. In fact, if I boot MekHQ up, I forgot to do this in the pre-stream, so this might take a little while. But when you get a daily report, it currently gets filtered into different categories. Now, I'm going to have a whine for a bit, and I ask you all to humor me. To humor me as I begrudge my woes. So for goddamn years, we were getting a relatively constant stream of requests to have tabbed daily reports. so that it wasn't all just dumped into one single massive wall of text for years. And literally, sorry, punching my microphone in my anger. Literally, the moment we implemented it, we have been getting, since then we have got a non-ending stream of people asking to go back to the wall of text. So we entered a campaign option, not a campaign option, a client option that would go back to the old system as a legacy option. But many people don't realize it's there, and people don't want that. What they want is the wall of text and the tabs. And that's going to be a massive pain in the ass to achieve. But I agreed yesterday because the requests for it have gotten to a point now where we need to do a feasibility test. We need to see if we can do it so that we can both filter daily report messages and not filter daily report messages at the same time. Ideally, without absolutely ballooning load times. Because one of the reasons why we introduced the filtered daily report, so it goes into individual categories, was specifically to reduce load times in large campaigns. But the players want what the players want. So, yeah. Big Bully asks, can you add a filter to the scenario filter? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, I'll be perfectly honest. Pathfinder says that the facts of their office occasionally erupts a dial-up chorus and it really takes them back. Yes. Yeah, I do not miss the ancient days of dial-up. You're going into the void for a bit, so bear with me. One beautiful day, I'm going to remember to set this up before stream. Basically, what happens is OBS forgets which of my monitors to look for MekHQ. There we are. So we're going to just start up a fresh campaign so we can have a look at the tabs, and then I'm going to talk through what we're going to attempt to do. And all filter in the briefing room scenarios. I'm sorry, Pink Bully. I'm really struggling to understand precisely what you're referring to. It may be that we're referring to completely different things, and that might be the point of confusion. Hey, Feistman, thanks for joining chat. But yeah, so I'm waiting for this to load, and then I'm just going to walk you through what we're going to do. And then I will be able to, we can start off it. I think what Bully's asking for is an all here in the briefing room filter. That's not what we're working on today. Okay, what I want you to do, Pink Bully, let me just switch over to Discord. Shazam. If you come onto Discord, and you want to scroll down to where it says in development, and one of these, give me a second. There should be one of the options here. Let me just verify which one it is, because we've got a couple of, so this is our quality of life improvements area, and there should be one of these conversations. Bear with me, I'm just going to find it because it's not one that I've been actioning, because I am not rearrange. Okay, so what I want you to do, Pink Bully, come onto Discord, scroll down to in development or planned, scroll all the way down to where it says rearrange briefing room, and Alitair, this person here, that's who you want to @ just give them an @ message and say, and then just put your request there, because I am not a UI developer. I do UI only when I'm forced to. So these amazing UI changes that you're seeing, bear me a second. These amazing UI changes that you're seeing, they're not being done by me. So Alitair is the genius, is the absolute UI wizard behind the new briefing room. So drop them a message, just give them an @ and I'm not going to say it should be easy, but I can imagine they'll probably be able to get that done for you. I absolutely see the requirement for that. So that's yeah, you've got me on side for what it counts. Let's go back over to MekHQ. So that's not what we're looking at today. I say I'm not a UI dev. Watch me do UI today. I'm not willingly a UI dev is probably a better way of saying it. So right now, if we click Advanced Day, let's create a generator. Okay, create a company, and then I can show you. Sham. Radar says it should be in theory easy, but as proven by Tuesday. Exactly. At least today, this is what we're about to do today is something that I don't think will be easy. And if history has proven anything, it's that if I don't think it will be easy, it will be. So fingers crossed. So we've just generated our campaign, and you can see these different tabs are flashed up. Now each tab has filtered information. Shazam. How it used to work, and I don't know if we go to MekHQ client options, I don't know if it will update automatically, but if it does, I should be able to show you. I just have to remember where it lives. Disabled, there we go. Let's see if this will work dynamically. It doesn't, but if I advance day, actually, let's just do this. So let's create a company again. So it's going to fill a whole bunch of stuff, and you should see it all getting spammed. There we go. So get rid of all the BAMF. Go away. Bloody Clan Seafox. So this is how it used to work. Every message would go straight into the one tab because there was only one tab. In fact, there weren't any tabs. But this is how it all worked. And we stopped doing this because, one, players wanted filters. Fair. But the primary reason why we actually implemented the filters wasn't necessarily because players were asking for it. It was because it became necessary. So all I've done here is I've just generated a company. We have players who are playing with entire army groups. What that means, if they only use the one daily report tab, because this is all stored as a single HTML formatted object that has to all be loaded at once. It means that their load times were astronomical, not because MekHQ is struggling to load their actual army group, which is what you'd think. It was because it had to load a inconceivably large HTML block of text. Radar says, not regiments, not RCTs, but army groups. Yes. Here's a funny story. People have heard this so many times because I love telling the story. So if I go to the toe and I click on the riders, you can see that right now it says formation type battalion. When I first implemented that system so that MekHQ could more intelligently determine what type of force you had, I won't go into the reasons why we needed that, we needed it. Literally the day we released that version, we got a message from someone on the official BattleTech forums complaining because it didn't go up to Army Group. We went up to Army, and I thought, Army, that's far. Like we'll go with Army. No one's going to go all the way up there, so that'll just future-proof us. No, literally the day we released, we got a complaint on the forums complaining that we didn't go up to Army Group. And I tell this story, and I do want to be very, very clear here. I am not like saying anything wrong about the person who made that complaint. I think it's hilarious. And that singular event has stuck in my memory because it is such a good illustration of how big MekHQ campaigns get up to. And when we're designing systems, we have to keep that in mind. But that story never ceases to amuse me. I tell it every opportunity I can get. I personally think that if players' computers could handle it, players would try to simulate the entire SLDF in their MekHQ campaign. I wholeheartedly believe that if their computers could handle it, they would do it. Please don't do it. I don't want to have to consider the possibility of the system needing to be optimized to support the entirety of the SLDF. Please don't do it. If you do it, you're on your own. But what are we doing here? So, what players want right now? So we have two options. You have the different tabs, blah, 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 blah. That's all fine. But what players want is to be able to have one tab that has everything in, but also have the individual tabs. So if it's a quiet day and there's only a few messages, they only need to check the one tab. They can go scroll down, okay, that's all fine. They don't have to go then and hunt the details down. When if it's a long day, like there's loads of stuff happening, then they want the option to be able to go and use the tabs. So they want the best of both worlds. The youngster says boot up MekHQ with SLDF intent. King Miles says be right back, gonna simulate the entirety of known human inhabited space. Yeah, no, so yeah, the problem is when we have two problems here. The first is that load times, there is literally nothing I can do about that. There really isn't anything. If players are going to use this option, they have to accept that it is going to increase their load times. I can't fix that. That is an inherent problem in having the single tab. So we're going to need to include a disclaimer for that, but that's easy enough. We are also going to need to add a new tab. And worse, that tab is going to need to be the default, only when the option is enabled, which is going to be fun. It's also going to need to be hooked into all the other tabs. And we need to avoid the situation where we're reporting here twice. Because the first time when it's the normal report, and the second time when it's the tabbed details. Radar says, warning, this will affect performance, use at your own discretion. Exactly. So, because that's the other thing, it's not just load times. I should clarify this. It's not just load times. Save times are affected and new day advance times. So the time it takes to advance from one day to another is actually affected by this, because if we've got to render an entire massive HTML block at once, that is going to slow down how long it takes for you to go from day A to day B. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start by just having everything filter into the one tab without adding new tabs. That's going to be the, knock on wood, easiest. So we're going to start with that, and then we're going to see if we can add a new tab. So let's go over to IntelliJ. I've already got the branch all set up. What I haven't done is updated my repo. So let me just quickly do that. Have myself a little sippy sip while I do. That's all good. That's only 2 minutes behind. Shazam. Shazim. And that's all good. Boop. Boop. And boop. Okay. So, back to IntelliJ. Boop. Okie dokie. Let me close out MekHQ. You can't see me do that, but that's okay. So let's start with add report. Because add report is the actual method. So here's the unified. So if we're doing unified, it then converts it over to general. So what we're going to try and do, this is going to be the easiest option here. What if we added 2 reports internal, one to the type and one to general? And we'll add a checker if type doesn't equal general. So this will mean if the type is already general, it's just going to dump it into general. So this is going to be our first test. So we're going to boot up MekHQ and see what happens. Because again, like normally I try and do the options first and then the mechanics to integrate the options. In this time, we're going to do the integration first because we're doing a feasibility test. We don't want to go to all the trouble of setting up all these client options and user displayed strings and all that good stuff if it's not even going to work. So let's start off with this and see where this gets us. So we're going to go into MekHQ client options. Let me switch over to MekHQ, Zim, and we're going to untick disable daily report tabs. So what we're expecting to see here is when we generate our new campaign, our company, it's going to have reports in tabs and all the reports in the daily report. If we see that, if that's the behavior we see, and we're also going to test on advanced new day, If that's the behavior we see, then we're in a good spot. Now, if it does turn out to be this simple, then I will owe everybody an apology, because I previously said no to this request because I didn't think it was going to be feasible with a reasonable amount of dev time. If I'm being perfectly honest, before I went on my hiatus, I was very, very, very stressed. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I suspect I said no because I was grumpy that people were complaining. There we go, applying new campaign. All right, so let's company generator and see what happens. Go away, go away, go away. Okay, so this is promising. So we've got all the messages in this general, and here they are. Okay, so that's a good sign. That is actually a very, very good sign. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So we know this works. So this is doing what we want it to do. Let us go ahead now and add a new tab type. Now this, I cannot remember how to do. So, we'll figure it out. Tab index 0. Okay, so this is a concern. Because we're gonna... We're going to have to add the tab at the end. Because if we don't add it at the end and it doesn't exist because it's not being used, it's going to brick everything. So let's add it here. Wrong closer. There we go. And then we'll have the... I can never remember how to spell aggregate, so that's probably wrong. It is wrong. Cool. There we go. So we'll call it aggregate. And we are going to push, if it doesn't already equal aggregate, which it won't, we're going to push to aggregate. Just import that. Okay. So now we're just going to follow the chain. Okay, okay. Now I remember when I set this up, there's a lot of boilerplate code. That's okay. We can work with this. The reason why there ended up being a lot of boilerplate was specifically because I didn't want to just reinvent everything. Is that correct? Have I spelled aggregate right? No. Aggregate. Aggregate. And it's just going to complain to me, tell me it's not been initialized, but that's okay. Because I'm not expecting it to be. So now what we're going to do is we're going to just check everywhere that politics report is being used. And we're going to add in a clause for the aggregate report. Aggregate. Aggregate. And if I say aggregate enough times, it will stop having all meaning. Aggregate. Oh, what are you complaining about? New aggregate reports. Oh, capitalization. Okay, there we go. Now here I am just going to do this. I'm going to replace politics with aggregate, and we're going to match. There we are. Go back to politics report. And here we also need to add, replace rather, politics. Why are we complaining? Duplicate branch in switch. I assure you there is not. This is what I'm talking about. It's we are storing just one massive HTML block, which is not good, honestly. It's not how I would personally have done it if I had implemented this, but also, like, the reporting code it's just friggin' ancient. I'm not complaining. It works how it is, and short of just ripping out and replacing the entire thing, which we're not about to do, might as well just work with it. Okay, so our next objective is to make sure that we're copying over any instances of get politics report. Radar says it probably should be updated at some point, but that's a future you problem. Honestly, probably not, to be honest. It works well enough that it doesn't need to be replaced. If someone comes along and says, hey, I want to replace this, we are not going to turn them down. But there's really no need to be adding additional work that doesn't need to be done. So it'll be a case of if someone comes along and says, hey, this is my favorite thing in existence, I want to change it, we are certainly not going to turn them down. But I can't see anybody going out of their way to come in and update this, because it really doesn't need it. Like, it works well enough. It is only a problem in massive campaigns. And even then, like, by using tabs, we have resolved the issue, as opposed to it being a problem. Like if you have a massive campaign, you need to accept that you need to take steps to allow MekHQ to run that massive campaign. If people don't do that, then there's only so much we can do to assist them. Okay. Just checking, do we have aggregate? I think I've already added it. Yes, we have. Right down here. Politics report, aggregate. That's all been added. Politics report HTML. Okay. Okay, so this one's going to be a bit of a. This is where it gets a little bit more finicky. Aggregate. Okay, it's going to complain to us that doesn't exist, but that's okay. What we want is to know all the instances where technical report is being used. Okay, we've got aggregate covered there, but not here. Wait, what are we doing here? First day. Okay. Okay, this looks like we got everything. We do need to add this method though. We can just replace technical with aggregate. And I just want to make sure we're getting everything covered. So that we've got the aggregates there, but we don't have set aggregate, which tells me that whatever's using set there is not being picked up there. There we go. Correct. We also need to add aggregate here. What I'm wondering is how many times where are we using this? Okay, so we are using it in different places. Okay, in that case, I can't. I thought I could do something clever there, but it doesn't look like I can. That's okay. Okay, it doesn't look like we have get aggregate there. That's correct, we don't. This is starting to look increasingly doable, which is always nice. Like, we like stuff that's doable. Yes, there's our accurate. There we go. We don't have aggregate there. There are just so many moving parts to this. And that was the biggest issue when we were implementing this. There's just so many moving parts. It is so incredibly easy to miss something. Okay, we're not using that. Where are we using these? Like this is really rough for a Friday morning. I think at this point we've got everything, maybe? There's just so many moving parts to this. And if you get a single one wrong, it's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to do one more check of this just to make sure we've got everything covered here. I think we do. There are still more methods, there's still more to do before we can even test it. Okay, got aggregate there. Got aggregate there. Got aggregate there. We've got aggregate there. Okay, that's good. We don't have aggregate here. See, if we had missed this, it wouldn't have worked. Let me just make sure we've got aggregates covering here. So that's got 5 uses. This has only got 4 uses. So that tells me we've missed a use. Okay, we've got aggregate coverage there. We've got aggregate coverage there. We've got aggregate coverage there. And there. And there. Okay, so that tells me it probably just hasn't finished updating. Okie dokie. I think we've got that fully covered. So next method. Okay, so this is only being used in one place. We can see it's being used down there, so that's fine. Okay, this is being used in 2 places. I'm reasonably confident we've already covered this. We have here. Set new politics, set aggregate report. Yeah, that looks good. We might be at a point where we can start testing. Okay, that's being used. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. I should be clicking on politics because we need to make sure that we're using aggregate everywhere that we're using politics, because we're not going to be in an instance where one needs to be done and the other doesn't. So that's fine. Aha. No, that's technical. Okay, I'm just blind. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So it looks... Okay. Let's jump back up here. 476, 476, 476. Okay. So that looks like we've got everything covered at this point. Okay, so that gives us our setup. We're now going to run MekHQ, and what should happen now is that everything gets put into tabs, but then the aggregate column, which is going to be on the far right, will have everything in there. Okay, we missed one. We missed one. To the surprise of nobody. Okay, we've got it there. Okay, let's see if it throws up any more errors. I think that's probably going to be it though. Okay, so we're starting new campaigns because I want to use the company generator. I can use the company generator in an existing campaign. It's just better, in my opinion, to use a fresh campaign here. But what we are going to do, because we might be testing this a lot, we're going to advance day to create a fresh save, and then we're going to use the company generator. And if you're listening a lot and you're enjoying everything that we do, please feel free to give the channel a good old follow, and you'll get notified whenever we go live. Okay, language out of bounds exception detected. That's not good. That's not good. So that's not a good start. So I'll commit this. And then we're going to go to our logs. We're going to see what went wrong. Where's the evil green text? Okay, index 9 out of bounds for 9. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be an issue with the this. Okay. So that we're getting that means that we're initializing the tabs with a set amount. Where are we doing that? Initialize log panel. Okay, we're looking at 603. A tab. That's incorrect. Let's see if that fixes it. And like I say, all of these steps are just so we can test it. Like, this isn't even doing the client options. This isn't doing the like the user facing stuff. We don't even have a unique icon for the tab. This is just so we can test it. And this is the thing with feasibility tests. If something needs a feasibility test, it means that it's probably something more complicated, and it's entirely possible to have an entire dev day spent just on the feasibility test, just to see if it's even possible to do. And to a user, like, oh, just add an extra tab, it's easy. Everything we've done today is just so we can test whether adding the new tab works. Okay, so that was the error. So that's advanced states, we can create a save. So we've now got 2 skill check tabs, but that's okay. Looks good. So that's advanced, that's a company generator. Actually, I want to go on here because I don't want to automatically read it. Company generator. Generate. Fantastic news, go away. Okay. So I'm just getting an idea of what we should be facing. There we go. Okay, so it is working. All right, okay. So that appears to be working, but there's one more thing we need to test. Does it load? Does everything just load properly? It's a very important thing to test. So when we load this, we should have all the tabs still intact with all the details. Perfect. Yep, okay, so that is working. Cool. Cool. Okay. Our next objective is to give it a shiny icon, but that can come later. Our actual next objective is going to be to have it so I suppose if you have it there, it's not defaulting. It's going to default here, but if you click here, it's not going to cause a problem. It's not automatically snapping me. No, it's not. Okay. All right. So in that case, we don't need to do anything special. What we do need... Oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong tab. What we do need to do is give a special icon for aggregate. So get icon string. Okay. Where is my resource value? Where is my resource? Where is my resource bundle? Sure, okay, I have done a resource bundle. Surely I've actually made the resource bundle. No, we know we've made the resource bundle because we're seeing stuff, but why wasn't it showing up there? It's not super important. Oh, I think I know why. It's I think because I had it checking whole words or something like that. Okay, here we go, and it's now going to be 2026. I need to get back in the habit of remembering to update the legal statements. Aggregate. I'll call it all reports. Now we need an icon. I am going to go, let's have a look to Safari. Infinity symbol. Let's see if this works. So we'll put this here. And let's boot MekHQ. Dump, 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 dump. So my wife's currently living out of state because we're in the process of moving state, and she got a job before we could find an apartment. But she's actually visiting today, which is going to be really, really nice. She's going to be here for the whole weekend. Arriving tonight, she'll be arriving tonight midway through the Scrotorius Bastard stream, which runs after this, and then she'll be leaving Sunday. But it'd be really nice because it's been the first time I've seen her, and I think it's been a couple of months at this point. Okay, so we're still using the old one. Have I just mucked it up? That's entirely possible. Aggregate, aggregate. This should be correct. Maybe I booted MekHQ before I did this. Big Billy says, oh yeah, it's Friday. Exactly. The weekend is just around the corner, and tonight is the adventures of the Scrotorius Bastards. Hum-diddly-dum. I'm quite looking forward to tonight, actually. I spend the entire week looking forward to the Scrotorius Bastards because it for me it is the end of the week. Okay, we're still using the wrong one. That's a concern. That shouldn't be happening. So something tells me we've got a wrong call somewhere. But yeah, it's the end of the week for me, and just means that. So we're still doing the skill checks one, which means there's a call somewhere to skill checks where we're using that when we should be using the aggregate. So let's find it. Especially as nowadays, I was terrible at this when I first joined the project, but these days I'm trying to I'm trying to make sure I actually take days off. So we actually can make sure we're doing this. Let's limit our search to full names and whole words only. Okay. Okay, that's correct. That's also correct. That's also correct. good there. And there. And there. Yeah, that's fine. Aggregate. Yeah, that's all looking good. Aggregate's getting the right log. Let's just double check we are getting the right log. We are. And that's being initialized correctly. Looks like it. Aggregate gets skill icon. Okay, so that should be correct. And that's a skill check, so that's not anything we want to worry about. That's not what I care about. This is also using the right one. And just to verify we are initializing it correctly. We are. Aggregate's correct. Correct. Skill report, where's my aggregate report? Aggregate's doing that right. Refresh skills, we've got refresh aggregate, we do. And refresh skills isn't being used an unusual number of times, it's not. Aha, here we go. There she blows, the great white whale. And since we've got this far, we might as well check the others. And just make sure that we are doing good. It looks like we are. So let's boot back up MekHQ and see if our changes stuck. But yeah, I am so looking forward to the Scrotorious Bastards tonight. It's it should be a good fun game. There are so many improvements in 51.0. Like I'm really looking forward to you all getting it in your hands and getting your grubby little mitts all over it. I'm hoping nothing sneaks past the checks and everything. There we go. Okay, sorted. That has everything. It does indeed. Alrighty then. Cool. Okay, so our next objective is going to be to set up the client option. So let's boot up MekHQ one more time. And we're just going to go ahead and verify that not everything is set up correctly, but like we can pick an area for this. So the good thing is nowadays we don't actually have to boot up all of MekHQ. So it lives all the way down at the bottom here. Okay. Disable daily report tabs. Yeah, that seems a good enough way to put things. Cool. And there are toolkits where we're going to include the disclaimer, so we're just going to make sure we've got an alert saying, hey, you need to read this tooltip. Effect, yeah, effect. Performance, use at your own risk. Okie dokie. Let's add our new checkaroonie. And I'm definitely not bucking the trend of me saying something's hard and then it turns out to be not hard at all, and me saying something's going to be easy and it turns into an absolute freaking nightmare. Like, I'm definitely not bucking that trend. Nitpick, should have used a period before your own risk. Okay, I can fix that in a second. In fact, I'll fix that now because I won't remember in a second. Period before. There is a period. Oh, I guess yeah, no, there's a period right there. Is a comma not a period? Am I dumb? Chat, you can decide. Am I dumb? I know the answer to that question. Whether I'm dumb or not. Is a comma not a period? Like today's the day we learn that Illiani doesn't know what periods are. I know what those kinds of periods are, just not the grammatical periods. Am I just making... Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought it was a comma. Yeah, in the UK it's called a full stop. So should it be a comma or a full stop? Place your bets now. And I could see a full stop working here. This is the superiority of UK English showing its head once again. We invaded half the world for spices, didn't use any of them, and we still can't speak good. Okay, that's gonna throw up a few. Okay, we're just for the sake of ease, we're gonna add a full stop there. Do we need a comma there though? Grammar, tell me. No. Okay, there we go. That should be fine. Doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm impressing anybody with my writing skills. Anybody who's read my writing will know that to be true. King Miles says, hold on, I think there's a Lonely Island song about this. It's definitely supposed to be a semicolon. That seems all good. We do have a couple of errors because things don't exist, but that's okay. Aggregate. Ciao. Well, at least I've made progress today. I've learned how to spell aggregate consistently. boopity boopity boo, a doopity doopity doo, a doopity doo, doopity doo, doo doo. Okay, that should solve the problem he knows over here. Yes, yes, yes. Very good, very good. Cannot resolve. Get enable daily report aggregate tab. That'll be why. Because I have two setters. Drag you down here. Switch you out here. Oh god, like my client just lagged and just... There we go, okay. You go there, you stay there. Now it says we're not using set daily aggregate, which means we're probably using something that we shouldn't be. Yeah, that's fine. I got a better name for this. Is use aggregate daily report. There we go. Okay. So that's created the client option. We're going to relaunch MekHQ to make sure the options are saving. Also, I see that Radar 651 has reached their 10 stream streak. Hopefully next week won't be a combo breaker. And it's great to see you. I'm really happy to see like the regular faces in chat every day. MekHQ options. Sorry, my brain just like you guys didn't see because I wasn't on the right tab. My brain just completely black lined as to what I should be doing. Cool, that's fine. Yeah, so I know that's super long. We can fix that in a second. Let me open up. Is it still good? It is. So that's theoretically saving fine. We do need to tweak the display a little, but that's not going to be too difficult. So what we'll do is we will word wrap it. Well, first up, we want to replace this with get text and this. And we're going to word wrap this. And now we're just going to make sure it's formatted correctly. Word wrap should include HTML tags, but I just want to verify that is the case. MekHQ options. Yeah, that looks all good. We can slightly improve the clarity though. We do like a good bit of clarity using breaks. And that would just mean that the warning will be on its own line. There we go. Okay. All right, okay. So last but not least, we need... Where do we need? We need issues. And we also need to go to add report. Now, add report we use load, so it's super easy to get to. And if type doesn't equal aggregates and MekHQ options get instance. No, it is it? Okay. I can never remember how to do this. It's just get option. We can ape it. Give me 2 ticks. Let's just go to where this lives, and we can find out how are we fetching this one. Get MekHQ options. Oh, look at this. Get MekHQ options. Also, just realized it's literally here. Like it's literally here. There we go. Alrighty. So if the type isn't already aggregate, and the option to use aggregate daily reports is enabled, add a report to the aggregate. Indicated option. Alrighty then. That's a wrap. Just update main and then merge that in. That was incredibly easy. It was a pain in the ass. Like, it takes a lot of setup, but to not have to listen to people complain about it, that's a fair exchange. Like, that's equivalent exchange. I'm not going to complain about that. We're not turning lead to gold, but we're making our lives easier. And the more players we can make happy, the more people will enjoy the game, the more people will enjoy the stuff that we make for it. There is one thing we didn't test, and we're going to go do that now. We didn't test advanced multiple days. We need to make sure that also works. That's actually significantly important. PS359 says whinging is an infinitely renewable resource. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. We can't make everybody happy, but when a sufficient number of people are requesting a feature over a sufficiently long amount of time, that tells me that it is a feature we should make the effort to put in. And they're not always this easy. Like, people are constantly requesting persistent op4, and I think you all know at this point that we can't do that. Like, that's not on the books. If that comes on the books and we get, like, if we think we can do it, we will let you guys know. Like, that's going to be a feature that we will shout to the heavens. But if it's like this, where enough people are independently coming to us and saying, hey, I want this, the least we can do is a feasibility test. And sometimes feasibility tests, like they did today, turn into features. Sometimes feasibility tests just don't. Oh god, we got stage files. Okay, while we're waiting for stage files, we're going to go ahead and push this. Why won't you let me push? Bestie, let me push. Did I already push? Is that something I already did? Go to Safari. Did I already push? I know that's entirely possible. It's definitely something I would do. Yeah, I already pushed it. Okay. All right. So I know for a fact this has been requested. Oh, that's not right. That's not what I've done. Let's try that again. So I know for a fact we have requests for this. So daily. Those are too far back, so let's try reports. Because I know there's stuff in here. Daily report. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't. Guess there isn't. Oh, well, we're about to make a bunch of people happy and they didn't even tell us so. Okay. If the option is enabled, all daily reports will appear in two places. Their individual tabs and the aggregate tab. I'm just going to include a little note here about the performance stuff. An addendum. There we go. Score 1 for the books. I am just requesting IllianiDev add the all scenarios filter, so no need to add that yourselves. I'm just doing that now. In fact, I can show you my work. There we go. Okay, well, that's actually I am going to flaunt my wares. Where's the MekHQ? Where's Discord? There we go. Where's the MekHQ channel? There we go. Let's flaunt our wares a little bit, because I don't want to be bugged about this anymore. There we go. Okay. My Discord is exploding. Let me just double check what this is nothing important. So apparently my wife is watching stream again and wanted to correct me earlier when I said it has been months since I've seen her. That apparently it has been a princely 3 weeks. It feels like months, okay? It feels like forever. It's like when you leave the house and your dog reacts when you come home as if you've been gone for a million years. I am that dog. I need to go outside. I need to have my enrichment time. I need to make sure I understand where you're gone and you are coming back. Bonus points if you return home with treats. Radar says, it feels like months when you're not with your loved one for a while. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so that worked. The leadership guy, I had to reread that twice. The leadership guy says, I just joined watching about 5 minutes ago. Good idea to stream coding updates. Been playing Mech for years now and the tabletop since the 90s. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, the leadership guy. Thanks for joining chat. King Mao, I decided I don't like you anymore. So I posted in Discord announcing the new changes to daily reports, and King Mao is responding that they're tempted to reply to that message for a request for persistent op4 in StratCon. I can time you out. Like I can give you the cockpit crit treatment. Radar says they're attempting to write high stream when I was in the MekHQ channel. Okay, so we have a problem now, and that problem is the feature we just did was meant to take up the entire stream. It in fact only took up an hour and a half. And I think half an hour of that was me talking about my day. So we've got like 2.5 hours left. Fantastic. Okay. We can implement persistent op4 in that time, right, guys? Hum dilly hum. Oh, I'm getting text messages. Let's just see what's going on there. Okay, that's a spam. I don't care about that. I keep getting spam emails from like people offering to do roofing from my house that I don't own, or offering to buy my house that I also do not own. What to do? So here's the real problem. Like I'm convinced there was something I needed to check. Like there was something I wanted to do today. Can I remember what it was? No, I cannot. So let's go on to Safari, see if anybody's been kind enough to open a report for me. No new reports since yesterday. That's nice. Radar says their boyfriend gets a lot of spam calls, even though they're on the do not call registry. Hell, we get 4 this morning. So from what I found works is don't respond to them, don't block them. That's the thing. So you just basically just want to ignore them, even if they're calling. And if you don't respond, eventually they will put you on the do not dial list. Like if they think if you think your number's inactive, they won't bother you. If you do the response, they'll then know that number is active, and then you'll get even more spam calls. Okay. Radar clarified that they never pick him up. It's just annoying because he needs his phone call for work. Yeah, no, that's fair. If you're getting a load, you can request a change of number. Obviously, if it's a work number, that might not be helpful, but you can request your provider to give you a change in number, because the providers recycle numbers, and if the previous user of your number like engage with spam calls a lot or put the number all over the internet, then that's not going to help. The leadership guy says for spam text in Canada and the United States, you can instantly copy the message and text spam, and that will report the sender and the messages to all the telephone providers in North America. That's interesting. I didn't know that. We need to pick something we want to do, and I kind of want to do something fun. Like we've been working our ass off. How about we add a new SPA? If I go to assignees, Shazam, And I want issue reports. We have some SPAs that people have requested to kind of give more interesting SPAs for doctors and admins. And I've done most of the ones that are requested, but there's a couple here that haven't been. We also have additional ultimatums. That could be fun to do. But that's more of a writing thing, and I don't really want to do writing on stream just because I'm not very confident in my writing. So let's have a look at these. Let's open them up and see if there's one we think is particularly juicy. Okay, SPA Transporter. Reduces the cost of interstellar travel by 2%. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we can do that. Now that we have the central... So we couldn't do this before. The last time I was in here, when this was requested, we couldn't do it because the way transport calculations were done was just god-awful. And I actually completely rewrote it months ago. So this is actually now doable. So let's add ourselves a new SPA. Let's go to IntelliJ. First off, we need to go to data. So SPAs contain two components, the data component and the actual mechanical component. So let's do the data component first. Universe SPAs. Let's find ourselves a nice unofficial SPA. Yeah, that'll do. And we'll call this Transport Negotiator. Neogiator. Neogiator just sounds like kind of like a He-Man villain. Neogiator. Like, I wonder what his like actual play feature would be, like Neogiator. I don't know. Unofficial Transport Negotiator. Spelled correctly. And let's go for a 5% decrease. Decreases all transport costs by 5%. Why 5%? Because it's nice and round. 100 XP for that seems fair. Like, that seems reasonable. It's not an origin only. And now let's go over here. So here's the next component. We now need to add a way for MekHQ. Neogator feels like a He-Man villain that would have a pet alligator. Right, yeah, Neogator. That would be what it was. Right, it'd be called Neogator. So the next bit we need to do, we need to hook up the option. So we can do that easy enough. We do need to go back to the description and add a comment that multiple characters with this SPA do not stack their benefits. Because we don't want some smartass to think, oh, if I get 20 transport negotiators, I will have free transport for life. King Mo asked to stack. Yeah, there's your answer. I guess we found out who was the smartass who wanted to put free transport for life. So here's the thing. Houdini is only being used twice. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. That is correct. All right, so now we need to go to transport cost. Transport cost. Where is my transport cost calculator? I believe you're here. There we are. If it's stacked, it would be busted. Yeah. If it's stacked, it'd be like 5 people turning up at the store, each with coupons, and asking if they can combine them. Multiplicative stacking would give diminishing returns. That's true. That is true. I think it's just easier to just say it doesn't stack and then just go with that. So here's the Tetris Master multiplier. What does Tetris Master do? What does Tetris Master even do? That is a good question. Let's find out together. Oh, the campaign's cargo capacity is increased by 5% per character with the skill. Okay, that's fine. Let me just do a Boolean here. As transport negotiator SPA. We don't need to initialize it as false because Booleans always initialize as false. So here is something we can do. We don't want to have to just go down and figure out where to add this. We can just plonk it like this, Shazam, and we're going to return a Boolean. And for this, okay, we're actually going to do one better. Set SPA values, because down here, we're already looping through personnel. We don't want to loop through personnel twice. So get options equal. There we go. I'm calling personnel options just because I don't want it to get confused. Now, the only reason I'm able to add SPAs so quickly is just because at this point, I have added so many that I'm gone pretty good at adding them. Go. Here's the thing. It would be nice if it's stacked, wouldn't it? It would be nice if it's stacked. We could do it multiplicative. And if I'm understanding I can't even bloody say it. If I'm understanding what King Miles suggesting, we would basically get your 5% and then multiply that by 5% and add those two values together. Is that what I'm thinking? King Miles says, I will say if you do stacking, it probably would make more sense to have less than 5% as your base number. I agree. I'm just trying to think how we would do this, because it would be nice to have some kind of stacking benefit. No, we're going to make it not stacking. The temptation's there. The reason why we're going to make it not stack is because I don't mind that this is something that you only have on one character in your campaign. I'm okay with that. And it also means the player can better predict if they're going to get the benefit. We are, however, only having it apply to transport admin. In fact, we're going to do that both here. I'm not entirely sure why we're doing this. This is not necessary. All personnel. Oh, I see why we're doing that. Let's add in human resources. Do we have that? No, we're just adding all personnel. Okay, so we do need that. So I'm going to filter. They have to be active, and they have to have as trying to remember. There's a way we can. What do we call them? We call them roles. Get role. Trying to remember what the actual, like, I why can I suddenly not remember how to get someone's role? You can definitely tell it's the end of the week. Personnel role. Okay, this is good. So there's a specific way in which we can verify whether a character has a role. Yeah, it's just person has role. What the hell? Why wasn't that coming up? No, let's not filter here because I don't want to restrict Tetris Smart. Oh, no, it should really be restricted. Okay. If person has role, has role. Because like having a character like a mech warrior with admin Tetris Master kind of defeats the whole point. Yeah, okay, reading your message there, Kingmar, where you explain the math of it all, I do agree that non-stacking is probably the best bet. Okay, here we are. So we're going to restrict these two to only be transport admin, Tetris Master, and Negotiator. That to me makes sense because, like, having a soldier with Tetris Master or a mech warrior Tetris Master shouldn't really be benefiting the campaign's cargo limit. Whereas if you got your administrator, that suddenly then makes sense. Okay, that means we need to go back here. Would logistics admins also make sense for Tetris Master? Yes, it would, actually. I was thinking about that, and then I second-guessed myself, but no, I agree, Kingwell. Let's do that. We can do this with a couple of booleans. Is transport admin. Logistics admin. we can actually do this significantly easier. Let's just merge these. So there we go. I'm sorry, in the daily report update branch. That sounds like a recipe for problems, doesn't it? Let's just change that. Well spotted, radar. Knight says, "Oh no, my cargo cap is going to plummet." Knight, were you just sticking Tetris Master on literally everything? That seems good to me. Oh my god. Knight says they have hundreds of kids, and if they don't get traumatic pass, they have Tetris Master for coming of age. We are also going to go back to our other SPA, and we are going to add, where is it? Here. I'm not entirely sure why it says we're replacing Houdini. We are also going to add some requirements. So you have to have an admin regular to take it. That seems fair to me. And Houdini's still there, so I'm not complaining. So that's the option set up. Let's go back to transport calculations. And now we need to actually go to where we set cost. Oh god, total cost is used a lot. Ugh. I am just reviewing, so I feel like total cost is here. What about days? Here we go. Multiply, or running total is what we're going to adjust here. Running. No, it really needs to be in total cost. So we're going to need to find where we are setting calculate cost for each day of the journey. If is total cost stored as an integer? No, it scores as money. Okay, so we want multiplied by, and it is going to be 5%. So that's for each day. Where is this entire journey? And that calls each day. Okay, that's fine. Knight says that their trading sim operator is an ultra green. They said it was a cargo loading sim. Now they feel ripped off. Okay, so that is a new SPA. Just checking I'm in the right branch. So that's our first one of the day. Let's jump back over to Safari and see what's the other request. This is Surgeon. We are going to take a look at that later. Doctor SPA Surgeon. I think we've actually already done this. -1 to implant surgery. I think we already have something like that. Let me check. Implant. Prosthetic. Refuse. Decreases the target number of surgeries by 2. Excludes. Does biological mechanist only work for prosthetics, or is that misleading? That is not what I'm looking for. Give me a second, I've searched the wrong thing. Let's try that again. Because I think biological machinist is meant to work for anything. Isn't cosmetic surgery in finance? Okay, so we need to update the description for biological machinist of all advanced, because that's actually affecting all advanced surgeries except cosmetic surgery. Miles says, just employ all your kids as logistic admins when they come of age. Your cargo cap will shoot right back up. Yeah, exactly. There are solutions. So this... Okay. Holistician. Decreased healing time. Ooh. I don't know that we can do this one. I'm just thinking, a holistician would be a really interesting SPA. What I'm trying to decide is exactly how we would implement it. Let's think. So the easiest way to implement this would be for there to be a chance per day that the character reduces their healing time by 2 days instead of just 1. What we want to avoid is it being constant. We could do it so that each day there's a 10%, 1 in 10 chance of 2 days being deducted instead of 1. I think that would work. I think that would be reasonable. It's powerful, but not utterly broken, and it would only work for specific patients assigned to the doctor. So I think we can work with that. We'll call it holistic care because I know how to spell holistician. I don't want to just copy paste. And I think holistic care, it's just kind of, it makes the we're gonna make it 1 in 20 because it's going to affect all patients. There we go. A 1 in 20. We are going to make it so you need... let's find something that's got a requirement. Give me a skill crack. We're going to make this a veteran. Go on, we've gone to all the... Thank you. That just says they need to have it. I need to double check exactly. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. Regular, veteran, regular, veteran. 100 XP. 100 XP is a good chunk of change. I think for this, we'll make it regular, but we're going to up it to 200 XP. So this is going to be a really high purchase, but a 5% chance per patient per day of reducing their healing time by 2 days instead of 1. That's pretty powerful. I feel like having it as no, let's make it 200 and veteran. Because players can always change this. But I think veteran 200 XP for something like that, I think that works. We'll call it expert holistic care. There we go. Yeah, no, I can get behind that. That seems fair to me. So, our next one is that we now need to go to the medicine. And here's the thing, when you're adding new SPAs that are unofficial, you need to keep in mind that the overall balance of the games. And these are SPAs that are suited for something in MekHQ that they wouldn't have a reason to exist in tabletop, because tabletop just doesn't go this deep. Process new day. Doctor exists. We're doing the assisted healing check. Perfect. Okay, we also need to do a report. So we'll return a string. Actually, let's go one better. Let's make the roll up here, because otherwise this is being rolled per injury. Is that what we want? Or do we want a global roll for all injuries? Let's go per injury. Radar says, I don't know enough about MekHQ specific SPAs, but is there one for logistics that is related to ammunition, like being able to get like a 5% discount on ammo? We could do something like that. That'd be easy enough to add. I do think we're going to need to roll for each, so we need to have this and this. I would prefer to have a notification whenever this triggers, but this is going to be triggering a lot, and that's going to get really annoying. So we're not going to do that. So if they have holistic care and the random roll equals 0, which means it's effectively a roll of 1 or 20, we're going to reduce it by -2, otherwise we're going to reduce by -1. We've got the equal and that's all good, that's all dandy. We're going to clarify. Patient, roll separately. Per injury. And we got a little clarification at the end. This only has an effect if you're using Alt Advanced mode. The doctor rolls once per patient per injury. There we go. It's powerful, but you need veteran, it's 200 XP. That seems like a reasonable thing. And if it turns out to be broken, we can always come back and tweak it later. But that is done and dandy. There we go. One second, I'm getting a noxious smell that I suspect is coming from the living room. So I think my dogs need to go outside, so I will be right back. P.U. And I'm back, and the stinky butts have been taken outside. Stinky, stinky puppies. We're starting them on a new, cheaper food. Because we managed to find still a name brand food, but just one of the local farm stores sell it for half of the price as Walmart sell a different type of dog food. So we're starting them on their new food, and unfortunately, changing dog food to different food comes with certain aromatic consequences, shall we say. Okay, this is all done. Now, looking at chat, I like Radar's idea. Why don't we add the bulk discount SPA? What do we call it? Bulk discount SPA, yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at Radar's suggestion. Maybe not bulk discount. How about Bargain Hunter? And this is just going to decrease. No, this is going to add a +2 modifier to appraisal rolls when determining whether a bargain. No, we're just going to do +2 modifier to appraisal rolls. This is useful for logistics, for procurement, as it increases chance they will find a bargain discount on purchased. But so it's not quite what Radar suggested. PS359 says, so would this really go on a pilot? No, this would be something you put on a pilot. This is specifically for a procurement character. Now, it is important to note that we call these all SPAs. The reason why we call them all SPAs is because that's what they've always been called in MekHQ. Technically, these would be referred to as traits in a time of war, but changing the terminology among the player base is just not worth the effort. Because we can convince everybody, hey, they're called traits now, not SPAs, and people in 5 years' time are still going to be calling them SPAs. Oh, that's good. King Miles says consider it special personnel ability. There you go. Now we're thinking of portals. And I've got a typo in appraisal. There we go. Bargain Hunter. Yeah. So this 100 XP, and let's go with appraisal as the skill. Regular appraisal. 100 XP for regular. We're effectively giving you 2. So if we take it a regular, so ultra green, green, regular. So that's probably gonna be around about level 3. So that's 20, 30, 40, 50 XP. 50 XP normally, and then we're getting 2 levels, so 0, 1, 2, 3. That's gonna be 40 XP plus 50 XP, so 90 XP. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's going to work out slightly cheaper if you buy Bargain Hunter and get the +2s. So let's just change that to a +1. There we go. +1 modifier to appraisal rolls. Need appraisal regular. Yeah, that all checks out. It's not a huge modifier, but it's just a little Brucey bonus. Which now means we need to go to skill type. Oh, no, what we need to do, I shouldn't have closed all of those tabs, whoops-a-doodles. We need to add it. Shazam. I do want to double check. Oh no, I did 2 uses, that's perfect. I wasn't sure if I'd accidentally forgot to do that. Looks like I might have done. Give me a second. I did. Naughty Illiani. Definitely helps if we add it to the array. Okay. Where, oh where? Does it just live under skill? Maybe? Trying to remember where we calculate the modifiers. Final skill value. Get modifiers, here we go. Okay, don't want to do that. We are looking for SPA modifiers. Do we have appraisal core stored already? We don't. These are wrong. Oh, no, that's fine. You have to excuse me. My brain is there. That's correct. Okay, so now we want to do skill appraisal. And I need to verify this. Positive is a good thing, correct? Patient is a positive, impatient is a negative, positive is a good thing. I always have to double check that because it's not consistent across the base, the code base. There we go. So that's all good. So that gives us our next one. Shazam. And the way SPAs work is that's actually going to increase the level of the, I believe it's the level. I can check that myself. Yep. So this is going to effectively increase the skill level of the skill. So if you have, let me just double check I've worded that correctly. No, increases appraisal by 1. I suppose it's technically correct. Give me another example. I want to double check that I'm wording this correct. Oh, it's okay. Here's what I needed to copy. There we go. And 2 seems to be the normal. So let's double check. How much are we adding there? We're adding 100 XP. Okay, if 2 is the normal, then I don't feel bad about making 100 XP for 2. That'll be fine. I do need to go back here though and adjust. There we go. And these SPAs are good because they you get this on a good character, you're like, oh, that's interesting. Didn't know we had that. And what it does is it makes you aware that these roleplay skills can be useful. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, I should spend a bunch of XP and appraisal on this particular character. Now I'm going to buy Bargain Hunter and all my procurement people. And it just encourages people to engage with these systems. So let's hop back over to Safari. What's our next one? Triage. Improve medical checks by 1. So medical checks are really, really important. Radar says, holy shit, I can get ammo and armor for cheap thanks to my team. Exactly. Like, it helps. So one of the things I'm trying to achieve here, it's not necessarily to make your characters more powerful. It does that by, it does that, true, yes. That is one of the things it does. The goal here is to make you want to invest in your people. Because anybody who's played MekHQ for a long, long time will be aware that we had a problem in the past where you only needed to spend XP on a handful of skills. And what that means is your characters just race, just absolutely sonic speed to legendary status. And what we're trying to do here is just make individual characters more interesting and make you want to invest in your people. PS359 says they're trying to think of similar SPAs you could add, maybe something I for quality and you could get equipment with a higher quality rating. Interesting. Let's put a pin in that one. I could work with that. I want to focus on Doctor SPA triage because we don't have many Doctor SPAs. Improve medical checks by 1. I'm not sure I want to improve the medical checks by 1. But we could increase their number of beds. That could work. Increasing number of beds is also going to be very powerful, but that takes away something that you're still having to know, because that's going to still. I need to think about this. We're going to put a pin in triage. We're going to come back to triage. Horse trader. Admins can get parts locally. Quality may be lacking. No, I'm not a fan of this. This one I'm not going to implement. And in fact, I'm going to close this one off. So the reason why I'm not going to implement this is because We don't want a player to be in a situation where they're getting trash tier gear with no way to like actually influence it. So come back to triage. There's something here. Like there's something here. I'm just not wholly sure I know where it is yet. And while I'm thinking, if you're listening along and you're having a good time, please consider hitting the follow button. That will notify you when we go live. We go live 5 times a week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday daytime, my time at least. That's our live development streams. And then Friday evening, so tonight, we have the ongoing MekHQ campaign, The Adventures of the Scrotorious Bastards, a Rasselhaig house unit 5 years before the clans arrive. And if you're not sure when we're streaming, if you hit the schedule button on the channel's main homepage, that will show you our schedule adjusted to your time zone. There is something here. Triage, improved time of healing with better assessment of injuries. We don't really have injury assessment is the thing. There's something here though. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go over to advanced medical. So let's go into IllianiDev. We're going to have a butcher's back in altered advanced medical and see if anything jumps out at us. Here we go. This is it. This is what we work on. So you get penalties based on the number of injuries a character has. The injury penalty. What we can do is reduce the injury penalty by 1. Pink Bully B asks, would it be hard to improve treatment for certain types of wounds? Probably not. We are incredibly limited with what we can do with injuries. Yeah, I don't think that will be possible for specific types of injuries. We are just very, very limited in what we can do. But what we can do is reduce the injury penalty, because that means you're not just getting a blanket +1 on everybody. You're just reducing the penalty. I think this could work. The name needs changing. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out what we can work with it. And I think reducing the injury penalty is the play. Let me just have some water. I'm going to mute myself 1 second. Okay, we're back. I had to drink some water, and also I was getting a little bit of a tickle in my throat. I'm definitely coming down with a cold or something. Okay, so first things first, let's add the SPAs. So, Holistic was the other one we added, so let's add it up here. Triage expert. We'll call it... Is it triage, though? It's not really triage. Because triage is like emergency stuff. This is more caring. Let's go to Safari. I need to double check what the term palliative care stands for. Specialized medical care that focuses on providing relief from pain and symptoms of serious illness. Palliative care. There we go. Literally, triage specialist literally means sorting in French. That makes sense. Yeah, palliative care. We'll call this expert palliative care. You think that's if they're going to die? That could be it. Yeah, no. Well, we know what it's going to do. And I think we can do this. Veteran seems good. I think we're only going to cost it 100 XP though. Trauma surgeon, there we go. Trauma surgeon, there we go. Intensive care I think trauma, we're gonna go trauma surgeon because it feels flavorful and it feels like something a player would want to get involved in. Veteran 100 XP, veteran 100 XP, yeah, I think we can go with 100 XP. Yeah, I think 100 XP and veteran is fair for this. Because the way it works, regular is something that anybody with a bit of training can do. I try to reserve veteran SPAs for people that, like, this is your hero character. So, next up, go to personnel options. It's going to be trauma surgeon. PS359 says they remember reading a bit from a trauma surgeon who was talking about 5.56 millimeter but 7.62 millimeter bullet wounds. Grisly stuff, but he obviously knows stuff. Yeah. No, I very nearly joined up as a combat medic during the Second Gulf War. I didn't end up getting in for a few reasons, one of which was my history of depression. And so they were filtering people out with history of depression at the time, but I was very nearly joining up as a combat medic. That was one of the things I applied for. Unfortunately, they only filtered me out like a good chunk of the way into the application process as well. Okay, so that gives us that. Go to advanced medical. We don't have the doctor at this point, so we need to pass this in. So let's go chonk and donk. Okay, perform an assist. Okay, so this is unassisted, but there's no doctor here. There is no doctor here. The doctor is the patient. So patient, get options. Boolean option. Boolean has trauma surgeon. And here we add in our little Boolean, which is going to force us to have this elsewhere, but that's okay. So we go back to assisted healing. Oh, we want to do this up here. And this is actually going to be the doctor. Where's the doctor living? There's the doctor's living. Okay, let's go back here because I think we're doing this. Yeah, we're doing this per injury. We don't want to be evaluating that every loop. That sucks. There we go. Int trauma surgeon modifier equals. I need to verify injury penalty equals the total injury severity for the patient. So positive is bad, lower is good. Okay, that is correct, but we do need to max it. So there we go. Okay, so we check trauma surgeon modifier is even -1 because the fewer injury penalty, the better. And we cap it at 0 because we don't want to have you to get a bonus if they're not got any injury severity. I'm still on GitHub? Yeah, of course I am. At this point, you guys should be used to it by now. You should be using your imagination, the power of imagination, to determine what the devil I'm doing. But that all checks out. We do need to add to the default SPA. Does not affect the healing penalty incurred by permanent modifications such as prosthetics. There we are. And that gives us another SPA. But let's go over to advanced healing, because I've just had an inspiration. Here's the misc penalty. And here's the prosthetic penalty. What if we also added an SPA that did the same thing, but for prosthetics? So we're going to go back over to SPA. And this one, we're going to make this make this implant specialist. More locations that have been replaced by prosthetics or implants, the harder a patient is to heal. This trait decreases the penalty by 1. By normal injuries. Okay, implant specialist isn't good. Let's think. We need a name for this one. For reducing the penalty for prosthetics and implants. Prosthesis technician. That seems good. And it's even a real word that what exists. Excellent, excellent. Prosthesis technician. There we go. So let's add our shiny new SPA. For prosthesis technician, we're actually going to allow it only with regular. So this is something I feel like everybody can get if they just get enough. Let's call it experienced prosthesis technician. So let's go bum. Shazam. Head back over to here. And now that we are calling get options multiple times, we are going to cache it. The performance gains from this are negligible at best, but if you're using a variable more than once, cache it, because that means that you're not having to deal with where are we doing this? you're not needing to deal with issues of you're just reaching into a class to fetch it out and then reaching into a class to fetch it out twice. It's just ugly code. So we're just going to cache it. And this is, of course, the doctor, not the patient. There we go. Now we need to go into the actual MISC penalty itself. And if they have prosthesis technician, we're basically going to do the same thing here. Boolean as prosthetic penalty. Cool, false. So if has prosthetic penalty, not penalty, not technician. Okay, that's fine. There we go. And there we are. So that's 2 new doctor SPAs added. What do we call the first one? Former surgeon and prosthesis technician SPAs. Sorted. Oh. Sorted for real this time. Oh, we do need to add a little thingamajigger. I just heard my phone go off, so I need to check what that was in just a second. Okay, I need to step up. A second, give me a second. So I need to go upstairs and take my wife's parents' dogs out. So I will be as quick as I can. Let me just go ahead and amend this commit. There we go. So I will be right back. It will take a few moments. So now's a good time to go grab yourself a snack or some water, and I'll be back as quickly as I can. And I'm back. Sorry about that, everyone. Back over to IntelliJ we go. My wife's parents have 4 dogs. 5 dogs, beg your pardon. And my wife's mum works nights, and my wife's dad's at the other property working on building a house. And so it's down to me to take the little gremlins out. And normally I time it. Just like before we start streaming, I'll take them all out and we'll be fine. But apparently they needed to go again. Little goblins. Okay, so we've added a bunch of SPAs. Let's see what else we can add. That covers this. Let's see, just scrolling up. We had the quality one. I wonder. Quality. I like the idea of the quality one. I'm just not wholly sure how well it'll be added. Part quality. Let's see here. Because I can't quite remember exactly how... Because there is a way for us to do quality, but I can't quite remember where the quality lives. I know generate random quality. That's nothing to do with us. Randomize quality. Let's see. Because I really like this idea of improving the quality of parts that you get. But... oh, maybe it lives in part? We need to basically find where we specify part type. I could have swore we had a method that would give us a random part type. Okay, so here's part quality. Quality name. Get quality. Where's set quality? Set quality, okay. Where are we using set quality? Because that should give us a random part, set quality, get a random part quality. Cha-ching! There we go. Okay. Generate resupply. Okay, so this is not what we're looking for. But here's the random unit quality. Yeah, this is by unit. We have by part. We do add part. Don't appear. So this is generate resupply. So that's not what we're looking for. So this is setting quality. Okay, what we need to do is we are going to scootle over and we're going to see, we're going to have a look at the shopping list. Acquire part might be what we're looking for. Acquire parts, okay. It's refit, can acquire parts. That looks good. Okay, acquire equipment. Acquire equipment. Target for acquisition. Do all parts get delivered with the same quality? This is what we're going to need to find out. So let's actually boot up MekHQ, and we're going to buy a couple of parts and see if they have a random quality or if they have the same quality. Because if they have the same quality, then this is a wholly irrelevant process. I know units can come with different quality, but I think parts have brand new, and only when it's used do you get a bunch of extra quality types. But we'll just build MekHQ, we'll see what happens. While we're doing that, if you have any other ideas for support personnel SPAs, I am all ears. Because that's what we're doing right now. We're just having a bit of fun. We've got an hour and 15 left on stream. We're just seeing if we can add some fun new character options. Waiting for staging files. This is going to take a while. But then again, I am sorry that I had to step away for so long earlier. I tried to avoid that where I can, but unfortunately right now we have no choice. PS359 says one of their linguistics professor was a combat medic in one of the Arab-Israeli wars. Oh, that's interesting. One of my university professors was a sniper during the first Gulf War. Waiting for bloody files to stage. God darn it. Let's think. There's got to be some new stuff we can do. I wonder. We've added some really fun new SPAs, but I feel like I don't want to piss that professor off. Yeah, right. I need to think. Like, we could add some more cool SPAs. I'm just wondering. What if we added a floor? A juicy little floor. What if we added a juicy little floor? Let's see here. I am looking for this. What's the skill one we added? So I'm thinking we're going to add the shaky scalpel. SPA. Appraisal checks here. This will be good. So we're going to add an official shaky scalpel. Yeah, some of these we've actually made mistakes. Like we're giving administration as the skill for trauma surgeon. We need to actually adjust some of those. Let me have a check 1 second. Okay, we're going to need to double check this SPA. So first of all, let's have a look what we changed and we can go back and fix them. I'm not sure this is any better. Looks up the clinical term. Apparently, prosthesist is the term used for prosthetic specialist. We'll leave it as is, but if for the only reason that I cannot pronounce that word. Okay, unofficial transport negotiator, that's admin, that's correct. Bargain hunter, that's appraisal, that's correct. Shaky scalpel, this should be surgery. And I believe we need to include the any. Tetris Master can stay the same. Biological Mechanist is fine. Ballistic Care should be Surgery. Any. Trauma Surgeon, Surgery. Any. It looks like MekHQ is booted. I'm actually going to kick it back and we're going to boot it again so that these... no, we actually... so this is the frustrating thing. We're going to have to I might be able to trick it. I'm going to try and trick MekHQ into not rebuilding the data files. This probably won't work. But we're going to try. Give me a second. I'm just fumbling through the UI. Because the thing is, I have to rebuild the data for these changes that we're going to test to actually take effect. But if I can just copy the default SPAs into the temporary data folder, we might. And this is a big might. We might be able to avoid needing to do that. And I'm hoping that will work, because rebuilding the data takes freaking forever. Fingers crossed we can skip needing to build the data. And again, if you have any ideas for SPAs for like support personnel, definitely pop them into chat. I read every single message, and right now we're just vibing. We're just adding some fun stuff. It looks like the data files recognize there was a change, so we're gonna have to wait for that to rebuild. Frustrating. So well. But what we can do in the meantime is we can actually implement Shaky Scalpel. And here, personnel options. And then head over to skills. Do we have one for surgery already? We do not. I saw a message pop up, but I'll read that in just a second. Oh, apparently I can't spell scalpel. That shouldn't surprise anybody. And that is going to be a penalty. How much did we have the penalty at? Surgery by 2. That's quite impactful. 2's fine. And it's any surgery regular. PS359 says, I'm not sure if there's any better. I'll give it a weird on. They also say that with the doctor's SPAs, if you don't have it already, you could maybe do one that specializes in treating diseases. Not sure if that'd be worth it. So disease treatment is actually... there isn't actually any medical roles for disease treatment. If they just... Oh, no, actually, no, there is. We might be able to do something there. Is MekHQ building? Still building. Okay. So we can't test this yet, but let's go with the disease idea. I like the disease idea. So unofficial. And we need a name for a anti-disease SPA. PS3 Fun, I'm just going to look it up. Okay, that gives us something. While you're looking it up, I can go in and head back to. Oh, we're up. Okay, so we can. The main thing we're wanting to test here is how exactly we're storing the surgery. Because surgery it's technically surgery / any, and I need to determine, do I need just surgery or do I need surgery / any in the data? So let's find out. Pathologist, yes. We'll call it pathologic insight. That's what we'll call it. Go back to you. Pathologic insight. Okay, so let's find our SPAs and see if they are working. Notice we have a few naughty things hiding here. There we go. So we need that. And we need this. Okay, so let's go over to MekHQ and see if our new SPAs are visible. And these will be utilities. And they should be relatively easy to spot because they should not be activated. Okay, it's Bargain Hunter. Prerequisites Veteran Surgeon Any, so it is Veteran Surgeon Any. Okay, cool. Excellent, excellent. So we are on track. We're on target. Speaking of on target, only an hour left on stream, and I'm getting hungry. It's Friday, so it's Mexican dinner tonight. So let's go to Advanced Medical. And we're specifically going to look at the healing check made for diseases. This is a good idea. I like this option that you guys have suggested here. Medical. Notes. Healing. Okay. Did I add it already? I didn't, but that's okay. Oh, forgive me. There we go. Okay, so we're heading back over to Advanced Medical, and we want that. Okay, so injury penalty, we get that there. We are in unassisted. Okay, okay. This is the miss penalty. You're passing in injury penalty there. Okay, okay. Okay, what we will do is, if injury gets subtype, maybe we have an is disease. Did I add an is disease? I didn't. Get subtype disease. What is subtype returning? Injury subtype. Okay, so we have 3 types of disease. So what we're actually going to do, we're going to go to injury subtype and we're going to add a getter, public boolean is disease. And I can't spell is disease. There we go. I did add an is disease, and is that returning all 3 types? It is. Huzzah. Let's jump back here. So now we can just do this. Okay, so if is disease, modifiers, add new target role modifier, and the value we'll call is -0 for now. It's going to be pathologic insight, and this is the target role. Warning, it is important to note that this is a modifier to the target role and not the role. That means a positive number is bad and a negative number is good. So we need to add 2. There we go. And we're only adding that if it is a disease and we have pathologic insight. And we're going to duplicate this logic, so we're going to break this out. Add pathologic insight modifier. Alrighty then. So where are we calling Boolean option? There it is. There we go. Psychatic says, "Hi Illy, there was something you wanted me to poke you about, but I forgot. You said you knew exactly how to fix it. You just needed a reminder when you were awake." Ruh-roh. Psychatic. Was that the contract modifiers when you renegotiate contract clauses? Was that what I needed you to remind me about? Because if so, I have actually done that. I remembered. PS359 says, "I'm trying to think of other ideas for doctor SPAs. Could maybe do one where the doctor's a teacher who provides XP to other doctors." So, I don't think we're going to do that for a doctor. But you have given me an idea. What if we added a teacher SPA? For training forces. Psychatic says possibly. I think that is what you want. What I needed you to remind me. Just need to remove this comment. Pop it down here instead. Okay. I think that is what I need you to remind me. PS359 says, "Huh. So who could get the SPA?" Well, randomly anybody with training, but through player intervention, you could give it to someone who's like the leader of your training force. I'm going to go to Discord off camera, and I am going to check. Remind me. Let's see. Remind me of Hatsune Miku? I don't think that's quite what we're looking for. So maybe if I search for tomorrow. I'll try to remember to do that tomorrow. Just pop me. Okay, so I think I found. Oh, it's for formation display. Okay. Yeah. It was for information. Okay. So I'm gonna need you to do a RFE for that, because right now we're kind of doing a different thing. That is absolutely something I can do after stream, maybe. But right now we're adding SPAs, so I would prefer to focus on that because we're right in the middle of that. Okay, so this gives us our pathologic insight. Let's jump back to SPA. So I don't think I finished setting this up. Surgery and irregular. Yep. So one of the important things with having skill prerequisite be regular, it means that once a character gets their veterancy award, it means this is one of the ones they could get if they have regular in surgery. Whereas if it's a veteran, it means you are going to have to buy that. And so that's another thing that we need to consider. Also, we don't want to be rewarding you XP for taking that. It's not a flaw. So we also, before we do a training one, that's not what I'm doing. Appraisal. We're also going to do something slightly different. So appraisal is the skill that I had previously. Here it is. We're going to add another floor. So it's going to make it a minus 100 floor, nice and simple. Before we do, we're going to submit this. Give me a second. Looks like we added 2 here. I need to record those. Did I actually do shaky scalpel? Let me just double check. I did. Okay. And did I go for -2? I did. Okay. So that's going to commit those. I'm going to jump back into default SPAs. And we are going to add another floor. Unofficial book cooker. No, I'm not. No, we're not going to do this. I'm not. I was like, oh, I could implement it this way, but then I realized that's just going to be a massive pain in the ass. So ignore that. We're not going to cook the books, fun as it might be. So let's have a look at trainer. Do we have training? Do we already have any modifiers to training? Doesn't look like it, which we absolutely should. So let's add one. Where's shaky gone? There it is. There we go. And it is going to be, we're going to call it the educator. Patient educator. Now I have to double check on Google, am I spelling patient correctly? It's always important. Yep, okay, I am. Perfect. Okay, so patient educator. Go to personal options. Just plonk this in. So this is something you'd want to give to the leader of your training formations in StratCon. It just basically is going to make it like you're more likely to succeed your training skill checks. We head over to skill. Do I already have training? I don't. Okie dokie. There we go, there's another one. And I've mentioned this before, but it is important. Like the reason you may be wondering, like, how does it take? Why does it take so long to add SPAs when it just takes this amount of work? The SPAs that we're adding are exclusives of MekHQ, which means the amount of areas they need to touch are relatively limited. And I've also gone to extreme lengths over the past few years, making it so that I can easily add these things. Okay, and it is a positive, which means we need to add a +2. Let's quickly correct that. There we go. Okay. Let's have, we want some more. SPAs here. If anybody has any suggestions, administrators, technicians, stuff for your, preferably not technicians, but like for administrators and doctors, we're looking for new SPAs for administrators and doctors. Or new floors. New floors are also good. We love a good floor here. My brain's clonking away. The rusty cogs are turning. Sparks are flying. Steam's coming out of my ears. But maybe a doctor floor where they take extra time to do procedures. So we don't actually track time on doctors. The code was originally set up so that we did, but that's not actually something we track. We only really track time for technicians, and we indirectly do that already by having administration affect available minutes per day. But we have to be very, very careful with that, because if we're not careful, what ends up happening is that you end up with characters who literally cannot maintain their units because they don't have enough time. Now we've got glass jaw. All injuries suffered and fatigue gained is doubled. Radar says they're opening up MekHQ so they can look at the SPA list to get ideas. Yeah, I think while we're doing that, let's just have a look at what we've done so far. So I'm going to read out what we've actually done so far, because that might give us some more inspiration. That's not options. So we've got Transport Negotiator to reduce the cost of transportation costs. We've got Holistic Care, which I've immediately forgotten what that does. Okay, let's go to the default, because apparently I've already forgotten half of what we've done. That's not a good start. So we've got Transport Negotiator, which decreases the cost of transport by 5%. We've got Bargain Hunter, which decreases the target number for appraisal checks so you can get cheaper stuff. We have Shaky Scalpel, who is a flaw that's going to increase the target number for surgery checks. It's not great. Patient Educator, reduce the target number for training checks. Pathologic Insight, that decreases the target number for all surgery checks made to cure diseases by 2. That's good. We also have Biological Machinist. Oh, that was just an edit. Holistic Care. You have a 1 in 20 chance per day per injury of reducing the patient's injury time by 2 days instead of 1. Trauma Surgeon, which reduces the injury penalty. Prosthesis Technician reduces the prosthetic penalty. Let's go to Trauma Surgeon. I'm going to reduce that from veteran to regular. PS359 says, I also think psychological trauma is not a thing in games, so having a shrink wouldn't really do anything. You're right, that wouldn't really do anything. You might think, oh, it will help against mental breaks, but we've actually in 51.0 done some significant strides towards making mental breaks significantly less awful. Significantly less awful. I really, really didn't like how bad the mental breaks were previously, so that was one of the first things I nerfed when I came back. Oh, I know what we're going to do. It's effectively a... Okay, so we're going to add useless talent. And this is going to be a flaw. Give me a second. There's no mechanical effect. It's going to be a free one. And it's not going to have a skill rec. There we go. Oh, we had skill rec twice there. Let me just double check that we're not doing that for all the other ones as well. And then I'll explain what we just did and why we just did it. Why we just did it, because it's funny. What we just did is, give me a second, just verifying everything. Yes, we don't want, that's fine actually. That isn't. Okay, so basically we've added a flaw, and I'm going to check to see if it works, called useless talent. The character has a talent. It's not very useful, has no mechanical effect. Now, the intention here is to basically have a dummy SPA. So when you get your veterancy awards, there's a chance you're just going to get a useless talent. It's not going to be a very high chance, but it's just going to be a chance. And like if there's 100 SPAs in the pool, it's going to be a 1 in 100 chance. But it can happen. The character's veterancy award is just that they just, I don't know, they can touch their nose with their tongue or something like that. It's just not a useful talent, but it's theirs. There we go. It has no mechanical effect, but they like showing it off at parties. And the thing with all SPAs is they can all be enabled or disabled in campaign options. And they will always be disabled by default unless you're using one of the stock presets. So unfortunately, we are now going to have to wait for... actually... No, we actually don't work. Ignore me. Sorry, I'm waffling. It's late in stream and I'm getting very hungry. My brain's turning to cheese. Cheese. As my wife often says, there's no cheese in prison, grommet. PS359 says, an idea for a new floor here, academic doctor, something like that. They take a penalty when they have to perform a task while in combat, or while the unit is in combat, that is. Interesting. That's a possibility, a something to think on. Radar says, what does communication checks do in terms of MekHQ? They are used as part of advanced scouting. They are considered a scouting skill. So when you make a scouting check, it will use your best skill amongst a bundle of skills. And if communications happens to be your best scouting skill, that's the skill check that's rolled. We don't have any SPAs that directly affect communications. But if you've got any ideas... Radio Aficionado gives a boost to communications by 5%. Well, it wouldn't be 5%. So that's not really a BattleTech mechanic, because skills aren't a percentile. They're a D6 modifier. So I could see hypochondriac. They take a penalty to disease treatment. So they say that they're basing off tech empathy. We actually have tech antipathy. Go for the radio hobbyist as a name for that. We could very easily. Right? I think we're shaping an idea here, and I think radio hobbyist could be a fun one. Let's do it. You know what? I don't... Give me a second. Characters you use to sound. It's not very useful. It has mechanical... Okay, so we need to fix that. That will work. That will do what we need it to do. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I hit the bad button. I hit the bad button, chaps. I hit the push button. That's not what you want to press. I do wish I could disable the commit and push button. Thankfully, we haven't done anything that we're worried about. We're not on main or anything crazy like that. But yeah, Radio Aficionado. Let's do this. Okay, Radio. Where are we looking for? Aficionado. I think Aficionado needs 2 Fs. I'm going to go to Google to check that. Bear with me. Yep, 2 Fs. Cool. Decreases the target number of communications any checks by 2. has limited effects if advanced scouting is disabled. 108 XP seems reasonable. Let's go for a skill rec, and we'll just say, where? No, because okay. We're going to go for a skill rec. We're going to go with communications green. Or are we bothered? Like, is this a problem that's going to appear on other characters? No, we're gonna go with communications green. No, grumbly. Let's just allow this to be on anybody, because this is a nice character for one. Not every SPA has to be perfect. Oh, radio hobbyist. Beg your pardon. That's what we were going to go for. Radio hobbyist. There we go. We weren't going to go for a fiction either. We're going to go for hobbyist. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice little fun one. It's not going to be anybody's favorite SPA, but not every SPA needs to be. And small skill modifier ones are easy to add. Oh, not when I do it like that though. Let's try that again. There we go. Let me just head over to skill. Do we already have communications? We don't. Good. And positive is good. There we go. Nice and simple. Just double check we have in fact spelled hobbyist correctly, because that'd be embarrassing. There we go. And I saw hypochondriac pop up. I like that. Let's go for a floor. We haven't had a floor for a bit. It looks like we're spelling hypochondriac wrong. There we go. We love a good floor. Oh, now I see what I'm doing. Bear with me a second. And increases the target, the injury penalty. The character, the more injured a character is, the harder the surgery, any check to heal them. This character increases their healing target number by 1. There we go. And let's add it. Great idea, by the way. What I consider to be a successful floor is one that helps inform who the character is. So if you see someone with the hypochondriac flaw, that immediately gives you insight into who this character is. Where is miss penalty? Okay. There we go. And we'll need to add this elsewhere. So I'm just checking that's patient. So the next one needs to be doctor. So specifically, we actually need to get the patient SPAs. Let's rename this to Doctor. Personnel options. So we don't want to get the two confused. And holistic care should be down here. Using this. Okay. That is nice and dandoony. Hypochondriac, there we go. Psychiatric says the hypochondriac flawed should give them 1 point boost to MedTech to represent them constantly researching their symptoms. I'm not sure I want to go with that. I don't like mixing flaws and positive traits. It makes pricing them difficult. It's a cool idea, and I understand the logic, but it does make pricing them a little bit difficult. I'm also thinking about academic doctor. But I'm not sure I want to go with that, because we've just added shaky scalpel. I don't want to have too many negatives in there. And also, you don't want to be in a situation where you have a doctor who's been perfectly fine and dandy up until they've hit veteran, and then suddenly they're just useless. That won't be a good. I suppose actually that's not that bad. Actually, no, I can see that. Let's. No, I've convinced myself. I've convinced myself. We're going to change, rather than academic doctor, we're going to call them the paper surgeon. That is incorrect, because that actually applies to all. Do. And with a skill, we can just come over here. We can find where we added surgery earlier. And all we need to do is do the same thing. Shazam. Let's just double check. Are we suitably marking this off? Yep, regular. Let's add an equivalent of paper surgeon. Let's add one for administrators. So unofficial loses paperwork. And this is going to increase the target number for administration checks by 1. And I like we're at the end of the week, and like I don't want to be doing a massive project as the last project for the official week, especially this weekend because I'm taking the entire weekend off. And so just adding these fun little character SPAs is the kind of thing that I am all for. Just checking we haven't already got. We don't already have it. I was just checking to see if we were already had a Boolean for administration. And negative is a mistake here. Brenda says, sorry if I'm not paying attention, helping someone with on Discord with trying to get a unit shop. Oh no, you're good, you're good. I kind of assume that I blather on, but I kind of assume that people just tune in, tune out. I have already accepted my role as the British voice in your ear that just fills the quiet of your day. I am the talk radio. Let's see, that's a loser. We've got 20 minutes left. I think we can add a couple more SPAs in 20 minutes, and then what I'll do is I will file the doohickey, the pull request probably off stream rather. Sorry, you have to forgive me. We're heading into close to 4 hours on stream, and it's been a long morning already. If you haven't already, please feel free to hit the follow button if you enjoy what we do here. And we stream 5 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's the daytime streams, the live development streams. And then Friday evening, it's our ongoing MekHQ campaign, the Scrotorious Bastards, where we follow a Rasselhaig house unit in the 5 years leading up to the clan invasion. And we will be fighting the clans. They will regret attacking our home planet and or planets. Let me see. Psychatic, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. I always, whenever I get subscriptions and bits and cheers, I always feel, and this is particularly true with Knight's donation yesterday, I always feel like I'm afraid that I'm going to come off as disingenuous and like, and that I'm not getting across, but I really, really do appreciate everybody who subscribes. I've mentioned this so many times now, but when I first started streaming, I wasn't sure anybody would watch, let alone follow, let alone subscribe. So when I say this, I do genuinely mean it. It is a thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. Do you know what else means a lot to me? This nightmare. Embezzler. Let's add an embezzlement flaw. Yeah. Unofficial embezzler. Embezzler. For admins, exactly. at the end of each month, some money goes missing. Uh, 100 XP, yeah, that's fine. Administration, regular. There we go. We are increasingly drawing closer and closer to our inevitable future as Crusader Kings Space Edition. Like, this is where we're going. We are increasingly becoming Crusader Kings. And I don't know if that's actually a problem. I think that's fantastic. King Miles says that gives me a similar but much more evil idea for Tex. Ooh. Stellaris with proper planetary invasion. Oh god, don't. Stellaris's planetary invasions are just sad. I absolutely adore Stellaris with all my heart. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I've been playing it for ages, for years. I've been playing Stellaris, but its planetary invasions are just sad. They're there. They exist. They needed to exist. The game needed them. They're just so sad. If you're curious and you haven't played Stellaris, just have a Google on YouTube or whatever for Stellaris planetary invasions, and I'm sure there'll be an example of it. But yeah, those Stellaris planetary invasions are just sad. So we need to go to the New Day Manager. Shazam. And we need to go to Personnel. Maybe I called it New Day Personnel. I did call it New Day Personnel. Fantastic. It's tastic. A slip of a very, very bad slip of the tongue there. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. We'll just pretend that slip of the tongue never happened, please. So... I'm just having a look. I will be catching up on a chat once I have finished embezzling funds out of your campaigns. If options, we have options, personnel options, Boolean option, an embezzler. How much money do we have in the kitty? Current campaign funds equal finances, get balance, embezzle, amount. This will be a integer, and we're just going to roll a d6. And we're going to divide that by 100. Yes, that needs to be a double. And then we're going to do embezzlement amount. That's going to be a money value. Embezzle amount equals current campaign funds multiplied by embezzle roll. Actually, we can do this a little bit easier. There we go. So for all of 6, that'll be 6%. Yeah, that's all good. Finances, add. Is it campaign add? I need to remember how to add a transaction. Campaign add. No, it's finances debit. There we go. Finances debit. Transaction type. Type. Yeah, miscellaneous seems apt. When we need the date, today. We need the money, which is embezzle amount. And get text at resource bundle. And to make my life easier, I'm just going to go ahead and find. That's what I'm looking for. And embezzle transaction. Inventory tax. That's what we'll call it. It's the inventory tax. So if anybody sees inventory tax in your transactions, you might want to check the SPAs on some of your administrators. Double checking that's all good. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. There we go. Embezzle funds. Okay, I'm going to add this and then I'm going to go and start reading back up on chat. Pink Bully says we are going to need internal security eventually. Yeah, I agree. I love that what Radar says, the Clanner Welfare Fund. PS359 says, how much do they actually steal per month? Between 1% and 6%. 6% seems a bit rough, actually. I'm glad you asked that question. Let's adjust that because I'm not happy. That seems a bit excessive. Let us just go, we're just going to say it's a straight 1%. Not inventory tax, widows and orphan fund. Can it be based on net instead of gross? What do you mean by that, Pink Bully? If you can clarify for me what you mean by that. Because I think we already are doing that. I just need to verify that what you're asking is what I'm thinking. So I've also seen people asking if you can have hidden SPAs. You cannot, and that would be a problem. The reason why hidden SPAs would be a bad thing is because it will lead to character players reaching out to us, and reporting stuff as bugs when it's not actually a bug. Pink Bully Foot said it was total. No, it's. Let me just verify. Okay, so I'm going to clarify what it is. If you've got 100 C-bills in your pot, then 1% of 100 will be siphoned away. If you've got 200, 2 C-bills will be siphoned away. And it is based on what is currently in your cash flow, not your total campaign worth. It is just what's available in your fund, like your available monies. Scroll up. Just scrolling up and having a look. sell off. What we're actually going to do, we're going to do one thing as well. Something I want to do before I think about it. I'm not sure I want to sell off stuff, but what we are going to do, there should be so I've got the debit there. If I add person, I should be able to pay person. Here we go. So as a fun little thing, if you have an embezzler in your campaign, you will be able to see how much they've stolen from you. PSP59 says that do they siphon every month, or do they have to roll successful stealing? They siphon every month. Maybe 0.1% rather than 1. Yeah, I can see that. The only issue is we need to make sure that that we're not. Okay, there's something I need to do here, because otherwise you're going to end up with C-bill cents, and people are going to be very upset with that. So embezzle percentile. So embezzle percentile. We have the current campaign funds. Can I get that? Double. Oh, okay. No, here we go. Here we go. That's what we're looking for. It's so we're gonna round it, because otherwise that's going to get really gross. I think I also saw requests to skill 0. Okay, yeah. I also saw requests to add it as a skill check. I don't know if we can do skill check. Why are you saying that that's redundant? Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. Because that returns a new money object. Oh, I see. Here's the issue. There we go. So loyalty would be an interesting modifier. No, but I agree. We should make it a skill check. So let's do that. Let's do that. So here we've already established how much we're going to embezzle. So now let's do a skill check. And the character has to pass the administration skill check to be able to actually embezzle. There we go. Okay, new skill check utility. We need reason, person, skill name is Esther administration. List of target role modifiers. No, that's new. That's just list of. So an empty list. Misc modifiers 0. Use edge. I'm gonna be nice and not have them burn their edge on stealing from you. Include margin of success 6. Yes. Check. Get results chest. Okay. Ugh. string report. Check out resources, and there we go. It gives us the reason. Get rid of that. And people are agreeing that using an edge would suck. I agree. I agree. I'm not in the market for just kicking people. But this is actually this is going to. Did the negotiation issues get fixed? Yes, like they did. This is actually going to also reward players who read their reports, because if you check the skill check, it's going to specifically say they're rolling to embezzle. If skill check is success. There we go. Okay. So what's going to happen now is at the end of each month, we're going to calculate. Actually, we can do this even more efficiently. Woo! Oh, that is my phone going off. Be right back. Just 1 second. Okay, that is telling me that it's the end of the stream, but that's okay. We're having fun, so that's fine. So what's going to happen is we're going to make a skill check using administration. We're going to add a report to the skill check tab that says skill check, reason, embezzlement. If the skill check is successful, the embezzler is then going to steal 0.1% of the funds, the current funds available to the campaign. It's going to debit them, with the reason being the Widows and Orphan Fund, and it's going to pay the money to that character. Quickly copy this over to Claude so I can get it commented. I know some people are just like they don't want anything that's even had a hint of AI. And while I personally do not enjoy AI programming, I think having the AI write Java docs is fine, because it's not going to affect how the program works. It's just how developers can read about how the method works. Bandit, you can't climb up on my lap. I'm working. Bandit says hi. Say hi, Bandit. You gonna say hi, little buddy? No, he just wants to be a pain. Okay, attempts to have the given person embezzle funds from the campaign. Forms administration skill check for the specified person, correct. If the check succeeds, a small percentage of the campaign's current balance is transferred out of campaign finances to pay directly to the person, correct. Embezzlement is calculated as 0.1% of the current campaign balance, rounded to nearest whole unit. The debit is recorded as a transaction type miscellaneous transaction, and the result of the skill check, successful failure, is appended to the campaign report. Okay, we're going to do one more thing. If embezzle amount is 0, we're just going to return. So we're not going to be adding reports for 0 funds. We are getting an error report. Why are we getting an error report? Oh, because we need to pass person in here. There we go. Okay. Okay, let me just have a quick chat, a quick zoom on chat. I'm not cooking tonight, so running over isn't a huge issue. We need a bandit emote. Yeah, we do need a bandit emote. Do we want to have someone stealing parts? I'm gonna say no to stealing parts. The reason why I'm gonna say no to stealing parts is because our parts code is god awful. And I can just see another case like when we were working in parts the other day where we spent 3 hours trying to do the world's simplest thing. And while I actually think sticky fingers, or whatever you want to call it, black marketer, it makes sense. Like, I get it, absolutely, and it does make sense. I am just scared of our parts code. Oh, Bandit says hi. I don't know if you guys heard that. Bandit, you can't rub yourself against the mic. Hi, buddy. Go. Bandit just wants to be in my lap. He's like, okay, the cat bed's fine, but I want warm lap time. He probably wants me to feed him. He's probably eaten all of his food and wants more food. Because, of course, I've never fed him in his life. And that full bowl I gave him this morning, it's gone now. It never existed. Okay, so seeing as I'm literally going to be doing this myself, I was going to do this off screen, but we might as well head over to Safari. And we might as well get this added in. Bandit, what are you even trying to do? Go. Shoot. I think he's bored. So let's go to... We're going to actually need to make 2 push requests here. So here's the part where we discover how many SPAs or SPAs we added here. So I'm going to be bouncing back and forth while I write this documentation. So I do apologize if you see my mouse wiggling around the screen and you can't tell why. That's why. Because I'm going to go ahead and review. We added quite a bit. I agree, but we had some fun. So we're gonna replace that number with the actual number later. So we have transport negotiator. We have bargain hunter. Transport negotiation reduces transport costs. Improves appraisal checks. Shaky scalpel. That's that right. Yeah, I need to move you guys onto the other side of my screen. Oh, I accidentally poofed you out of existence. Oh, there you are. Because I can't see you past my mic. We had quite a bit, yeah. And it would. You are moved. I'm sorry, yeah. We added quite a few. But I think this is the kind of thing I kind of want from these streams, like an opportunity for us all to kind of. Will you just dock? Thank you. Where we can kind of spitball, come up with fun ideas, and just stuff that allows us to expand the game collaboratively. Like the tagline of these streams is let's improved MekHQ together. And that's what I want. Embezzler. I think Embezzler is my favorite. Embezzler. You put a surgeon. Patient Educator is actually one I was surprised we didn't already have. Pathologic Insight I particularly like, because I just like the referencing the Pathologic series of games. Holistic Care is, I can see that being considered a must take on all doctors. Holistic Care is a really good one. Hypochondriac. There it is, Prophesis Technician. I was worried we might have accidentally overridden that. PS359, I just noticed he added a smiley to Embezzler. Yeah. Okay, so we have added together, because this is definitely a together thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 new SPAs. And a couple of floors. And it looks, and we also get to close off all of this. In a grinder and just blew up your Shadowhawk with a spider? Oh no. Just tell Princess that you need that and she needs to leave you alone. Tell Princess she's being mean. Okay, we now need to go over to MegaMek data. In real life? Oh no. Oh, you at the oh, you're at a con, right, aren't you, Weissman? Just need to add a requires. There we go. Oh, PS359 explained that a grinder is generally a free-for-all where you get killed, you come back the next round with a different mech. I actually never knew that. That's a term I've not heard before. Yeah, 14 new SPAs and a couple of flaws in there seems fine to me. I will want to go and double check the data, but I'm not going to keep you guys on the line while I'm trawling through 174 lines of just data. So really, I think it's time to switch over as soon as I find it. It is that time, I'm afraid, chat. It is time for me to go wander off at my Mexican dinner. It's Mexican dinner night again. And if you're watching and you haven't already, and you think you're enjoying yourself, please head over to Twitch, hit the follow, a subscription if you're feeling spicy, definitely no need. And if you're watching on YouTube and you've stuck this out, wow, you're one of the tiny percent. But please feel to, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the bell, whatever the 556 steps YouTube requires of you now. But this isn't goodbye forever, because looking at the clock, we have only, what is this, an hour and 45 minutes until the Scrotorious Bastards, our weekly campaign. We will once again see the adventures of Flashfried, Odin, Moonin, and Loki as they attempt to prepare for what they don't realize is coming, but we do, because it's just 5 years until the clan invasion. So this is a good night for me, and I'll see you in an hour or so. Toodles!